which is good news. I'm going to just take a second here and make sure that everything is up and running the way it's supposed to. And yep, we're ready to go. So while the game is loading, I'll just do the little bit of housekeeping again. I've started to drift into the rather bad territory of taking like 10 minutes before I actually get the stream started, and I want to try and roll that back a little bit. But I also would like to, just try and make sure that I get some of the, some of the details that I think are important out of the way. So first of it is, for those of you wondering why there was no Industries of Titan on Wednesday, this is because I was ostensibly going to go to the local game dev meetup. Unfortunately, I was only able to catch a little bit of it, because this has been a really, really tough week. And I've actually had a little bit of an improvement over, in the tail end of it. But this has been, I don't really like, it's a tough one, right? There is a person behind the stream, a person who is as vulnerable to day-to-day fluctuations, dissatisfaction with job, unkind comments, pick any things that, a normal person will deal with. And to a certain extent, it can be helpful to talk about that stuff. It can be, useful to be able to relate to people. I know some people like to watch this to try and feel a little bit better themselves. On the other hand, it's maybe not like sitting down and just ranting about everything that's going wrong in life is maybe not the best or most entertaining thing. So I try to come up with a balance for it. But Wednesday was pretty tough. And so I'd actually intended to host the meetup, but first of all, I got to it late. And then, there's only so much time I could spend with it. So my apologies for not doing that. It's actually the first one that I've sort of not been there for the full thing. And it looks like it was a pretty good one. But I'll be sure to follow up next week. In any case, Industries of Titan is still going to be a regular feature to the stream, but unfortunately its a regular streaming day does fall on those, on those meetup days. So with that in mind, one little bit of good news has been that I have in fact been given a key for Stellaris. And I know the paradox thing has become very dicey, and I'm getting the impression, without trying to sound too catty about it, it does seem to be, at least sort of from the grapevine, and I don't really want to... let me put it to you this way. I have a reasonably credible source that suggests that there is a personality thing involved. And so, of course, this is why Mondays are no longer dedicated to Paradox. They're more sort of a special event. But I actually had an incredibly pleasant exchange with someone about Stellaris, and they understood the situation, and they said that they thought that there was a good case to be made for sending along a key for Nemesis. Now, it was a bit of a weird case because, of course, normally the Stellaris update will usually come around the time when it's good for a Monday. And so I was thinking about doing it today, but I did say I would be doing Hollow Knight. So in the end, what's probably going to be happening is that Stellaris will take that Monday spot again. And that makes things a little bit difficult for Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan, because between... I basically have 4 games. So Stellaris is going to get regular coverage. I said that I was going to do regular coverage, and I have no intention of disrespecting the offer for the key. So that's going to be back for Monday for a few months, very likely. And what this of course, Friday has been a Hollow Knight day, and so that means that I essentially have 4 games that I would like to play regularly, plus all the other things that I would like to get to at some point, and 3 slots. So, given the fact that God Home seems like it's going to be taking some effort, I need to kind of figure out what people's expectations are. I think people really would like to see some consistency with Hollow Knight. I don't know, though, if they want to see consistency in the sense of me just tilting at the windmill of God Home over and over again. That would be some really good feedback for me. What will probably happen is I will probably be alternating between Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade. I might even sort of shuffle out Hollow Knight every once in a while, or try to maybe just have an extra day that I'll do for Hollow Knight. I wouldn't be opposed to doing some of the trial runs on YouTube videos as well, if people would like to see that, but maybe would like me to, you know, get some of my practice off stream. Right now, I've been recording the entire experience of Hollow Knight, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people necessarily want to see that. That's kind of where things are sitting with the stream right now. I'm back to a state where I've got a lot of stuff that I would like to be doing. Unfortunately, Hollow Knight's taken a bit longer than I was planning, just because I'm apparently 100%ing the game now. But that's where we're sitting. In any case, we're definitely doing Hollow Knight tonight. I may be, just because I'm relaxing things for two games that I really enjoy and are much more my bread and butter, in the case of Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan, especially given the fact that those were games I was given a key for promotional purposes for, whereas Hollow Knight I'm really doing as sort of fan service almost to a certain degree. I just want to keep in mind that none of these developers has really said, it's really more of a commitment that I've made to the developers of saying, here is the level of coverage that, you know, I intend to give to this game if you decide to let me stream it. That was true for the Stellaris Key, technically not true for Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade, but it is true that Brace Yourself Games has also given me quite a bit of attention, just in terms of being present in chat and such. And so I'm going to do my best to follow not just sort of the letter of what I've said I'd do, but sort of the spirit, both in terms of the commitment I made to you, the viewer, and to the people who have given a key. I mean, I'm not really bringing in a lot of viewers for any of these individual games. It's really consistency and sort of the long tail that I'm providing in terms of an argument to be given a promotional key as opposed to just buying it and streaming myself, like in the case of Hollow Knight. So with that in mind, there is a little bit of a case for Hollow Knight to be an occasional thing if it's taking a little bit longer, but as with most things, I will communicate that as far in advance as I can, and of course, just letting me know what your preferences are will help me come up with the right decisions for that. So we're at 7 minutes. I gotta run. Oh my god, did I just pick a new game? Okay, I'm just gonna quit out. Hopefully that'll be faster. Sorry, I think that was my mouse placement that caused that. Sorry to ramble a little bit, but I wanted to make sure that I was getting some useful information out of the way. One thing I will say that has been a highlight of this week is that I've gotten some really good data work done lately. Which doesn't sound like much, but for me is wonderful. Hopefully you'll get to see the fruits of that labor. Okay, so I will confess I do not have a lot of expectations for what I'm going to accomplish on this playthrough. You know, I've not quite been able to seal the deal on the final encounter. I do want to see what's in here, though. I don't think I ever actually went in here. Hall of Gods. So this looks a bit like... So it looks a little bit like... Like, to a certain extent, it looks like the people who I'm facing in the arena, but it's not quite the right order. So I haven't run into the Gruzmother yet, I don't think. So Vengeful Eye King, Brooding Malwek, False Knight, haven't done Failed Champion. We've done one of the Hornet, I suspect it's Hornet Protector. Massive Moss Charger. Gruzmother. Oh! Oh, well, this isn't a bad warm-up. Whoa! Oh, good lord. All right. Okay. I'm being very stupid with this. Oh, man. So right now I'm in kind of a recovery mode here. I'll try and get fancy once I've got some of my health back, but obviously oh, that was silly of me. I definitely did not adapt to the changing circumstances that well, so... Okay, so I don't want to get too... So one thing is, I don't want to get too complacent in terms of just doing some of these little, challenges, because the fact of the matter is that there is a full-on competition that I need to run that I have a little bit of memory for. But with that in mind, a chance to take on a few familiar foes isn't too bad. So maybe what I'll do is, as long as I know they're part of the trial I'm about to face, I can try. I mean, I have all of my enhancements, so this might teach me some bad habits again. Ah, I'm nuts. That was not all that prudent. I think that's the first time I got hit by one of those things. So yeah, I mean, my higher level gear means that's not a particularly troublesome opponent, but let's see what the Ascended version looks like. 2! Alright. Is this like a Sparta situation? 2 kings? Whoa! Let's just calm down there. Okay. Yeah, that was not good. Ugh. Even the little guys hit like a truck. So again, recovery mode till I can feel a little more secure to do fancy stuff. Oops. That's what I get when I try to do fancy stuff in recovery mode. Alright, that was a really bad one. Which tells me I should probably just jump back to... I'll just jump back to the main challenge. I'm not opposed to doing those, I just think that probably focusing on one task at a time is a little bit better for my long-term health and sanity. Oops. Just to be able to do that a little bit better. Oops. So I'm getting a little careless on a few things like that. That's fine. I'll just... The nice thing about these fights are that I know them reasonably well, and so I sort of know what my safest approach is to them, and then what my, you know, I'm going to try and get this done efficiently or quickly approaches are. Oops. Again, I used to feel like I could pogo off of that guy pretty well. Alright, a little sloppy, but not bad for a kind of a first round on this. Oops. So the next time they do, yeah. I kind of want to wait for this for the healing, and then I can just try and go in and get the little nips. Now, I always thought it was after 2 sort of body slams that they tried to do this, but that doesn't actually seem to be the case. Keep forgetting that magic is probably a better option here. Oh, Jesus. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. Fortunately, that error was early enough that I hadn't used up the soul yet. Sorry. Just got a quick message. I forgot to say that I was streaming, so... Every time I try to capture the 4 hits, I can get 3 pretty reliably, but... I say as I get 2. Oof. Guess that's hubris. Oops. I should probably be paying a little bit better attention, but so far we're doing okay. I just need to find a good spot to heal. Oh, good lord. Okay. Character's pretty cool. They should give that character their own game. So the reason I felt a little bit safer firing the bolts was remembering that there's this this rest area. That's the one battle where I know I don't necessarily need to preserve soul moving in. Okay, so I mean a little sloppiness, but nothing catastrophic yet. Ah! Speaking of sloppy. So I'm not talking as much during these fights. I'm actually kind of decompressing a little bit from the day still, and I don't know. I feel like so. The funny thing is that later on in a broadcast, after I've been doing this for a bit, a lot of this just becomes muscle memory. But the first rounds of trying to get kind of back into the swing of things, I feel like they might need a little more concentration. I should probably be a little more active in terms of talking, though. I probably should have healed off of that, but... Nuts! I really thought I could get away with that. Ugh. So that was a... Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna... The thing I hate here is that I'm gonna play scared, and that's gonna be far more likely to cost me my health. Okay, good. Okay, back to... Ah! That was just me being dumb. Oops. Alright, that was not a great round against the Dung Defender, but we made it. This one should be a good recovery, but we'll see. Probably should have saw that coming. So one of the things that I haven't quite gotten down... These enemies I tend to feel pretty comfortable against. The one thing I haven't quite gotten down is the economy of movement when they go and do a charge attack. I'll explain which attack I'm talking about. This one. So you can see there's a big gap that I need to sort of close. The problem is that whenever I try and do a shorter gap, I tend to make it too short, a little bit like trying to get in too close against the Dung Defender. And a lot of this is just coming from the fact that I sort of have a maximum nail length under normal circumstances with my charms. And I've sort of learned the bad habits off of that. The one thing I will say, though, I actually don't find the restrictions as terrible as they seem at first. One kind of big lesson out of turning on all of the restrictions. I don't know if you can just do sort of one restriction at a time and just do the sequence 4 times over. up yet. Okay, that's gonna be tough. There we go. Whoa, that was close. That was going so well, too. Alright, maybe we're back on track. Oh, I went the wrong way. That's frustrating. There we go. Why hast thou crept into this pantheon, O meager one? The noise of thine wriggling creates much discord, drowning out the godly resonances we attune ourselves to. Dost thou mean to thwart our sacred goal? Dost envy drive thou to such madness? We pray that the gods of this kingdom punish thee, obliterate thee, utterly destroy thee. Gods of Hallinest, show us your might. We shall attune ourselves to thee and ascend ever higher. Alright. So, this is of course the, this is the fight I've had the least practice on.
Yes,
I thought I could sneak away in time. Oof. Let's try and sneak in some extra healing. Yeah, I can't time that right. Cool. You're kidding me. All right. Oof. I know I need the healing, but... Ouch. Ow. Oh, nuts. Alright, I really needed that safety heal. So the good thing is it's a target-rich environment, so... Ah, nuts. Lots of chances to get souls. Nuts. Ah, dang. That was really... There was no excuse for me to lose that health there. Okay, I gotta find a place to heal, but this is gonna be tough. Okay. Good. Oh, nuts. I thought something different was happening. Nuts. That safety heal cost me. I really feel I was on the edge of getting that. I just didn't have faith. Okay. It's funny. I always lose to the same. Challenge, which is getting too cautious when health is scarce. And it just means I change my patterns. And the thing is that usually those patterns are like every once in a while an error will creep in. But by and large, what gets me to the point where I get scared has served me well. And I don't need to be as cautious as I become. But it's a very hard psychological barrier to get over. I'm also a little shaky after that last encounter, so let's try and get back to discipline. What was I thinking? I moved my hand up for that, but... That would have been ideal. So I definitely feel like one thing that'll help me with the Nail Masters. Oh, hang on. If I'm dealing with brothers... So I was just thinking, if I deal with brothers at the end of this one, and there are 3 challenges, I wonder if I deal with the Nail Master in the second, and I actually deal with the Shopkeeper on the third one. That'd be an interesting touch. Because of course it was established that he is a Nail Master. How you doing, Night Valian? Sorry, I'm a little unresponsive in chat. I had a really good round against the Nail Master brothers, but I failed to deliver at the end. Those are the ones that I really take personally, because I really feel I had it in me to see that one through to the end. And it was really clear where I had invested a little. So this is the funny thing for me. I think this is true for Dark Souls as well. If I'm really invested in the win, oh, that was bad. That's when I start like having those little errors creep in. And if I feel like it's a practice run, I tend to do quite well, because I just stick with my patterns and carry on. Everybody's feeling that way. It feels like Uncle Cranky was feeling like that. I'm feeling like that. Sorry to hear it, though. So when we talk about economy of movement, this is a really good example of one that I've sort of been able to get a little more focused on, because you'll notice that when I move away, so that's not a good example, but so something like this, I dash in, and basically there's the smallest distance between initiating that attack and me sort of delivering the hit. That one I had to give one up on because there was an artifact on its way. But you can see there, right? Like right at the end of the danger zone, I'm right in his face and doing the attacks. And of course, it's not coincidental that this is the... Oh, I guess it's Friday for you. Did you get your hamburger, Night Valian? But yeah, it's not coincidental that this is one of the ones that was done the fastest. That one I screwed up. Ow. Oh man, I lost everything on that. Okay. I'll take a chance to get a heal next. So the only thing that sucks about that one is I don't have a full soul vessel. Sorry to hear it, Night Valian. How is Max Payne treating you? Sorry, for those of you, I'm not shouting out Night Valian just because I'm really trying to focus on the fights. But Night Valian is a streamer, currently doing Max Payne. I believe the first one. And I'm just trying to put a little discipline in the broadcast, at least until I see the first challenge dealt with. Oh, Jesus, that was close. Oh, cool. Whoa! Oh, that's an interesting one. So apparently you can stop her dead in her tracks with magic. That's an interesting safety move. It's also interesting to know that I can get a double hit if she's moving back. Old games are such a mess to get working, though. You had to find some shady bat file to make the sound file. Oh, interesting. On the bright side, you managed to get 3 viewers average for the first time, inching closer to... Oh, that's right. I forgot that you're not an affiliate. It's really interesting to see the change. So, like, I was kind of guaranteed to get an affiliate when they introduced that program. That actually caused a reduction in the revenues coming to the stream. The bigger change that I think I've been negatively impacted by is it really does seem that Twitch is focusing a lot on recommendations. So, like, even now, default settings, it's not necessarily going to be concurrent viewers anymore. It's going to be... sort of, you know, who you know. And this is really good if you're integrated with a lot of Twitch communities, because of course they tend to host and feed into each other and such. But I'm not really plugged into that. And so I've noticed that there's a little bit of a dip down, especially when I do something like playing a relatively unpopular game. So when I was trying to make Imperator Rome and Age of Wonders Planetfall work, I tended to find that the result was, you know, Twitch would put a lot of effort into recommending people who liked Planetfall, which of course, you know, there aren't as many. And I'm not really a Planetfall streamer, so those people are also probably going to wind up disappointed. And of course, the real irony behind that is that that's kind of the justification for not getting the keys for the other game. So it kind of became this negative feedback loop. But on the other hand, I also don't really... Like, I don't do this for a living, so I don't quite feel like I should be completely changing the format just to appease the algorithm. So yeah, it's really cool to... Also, I think the average doesn't really help broadcasters. Because obviously there's going to be some... especially if you're like in that discovery phase. I feel like trying to get to... Oh wow, it's really raining outside. It actually complements the waterfall really well. So when you're trying to establish yourself like you are, you know, the first half of your broadcast is probably going to have very low to no viewership. And that is going to go against the average. And then it's entirely possible you will be appealing to, you know, to people as time goes by. And it's really good that, you know, Twitch is trying to come up with this recommendation system. However, if you can't necessarily rely on people just naturally coming to your stream and organically finding it anymore, because it's focusing a lot on making these recommendations and it doesn't have anything really to put you in a box for, it sort of feels like the average concurrent viewers is a very harsh metric to establish affiliate status by. But anyways, I mean, like, the fact of the matter is that Twitch's priority is going to be growing their platform, right? And it's working for them. If it wasn't working for them, they would have changed it. But it does. I do have to wonder sometimes how people manage to get affiliate for people who don't have an established following. Oh man. If I lose to this guy... Oh, good lord. I might. So, hopefully he doesn't go to his phase 2. Oh, he's in phase 2 now, so... Oh, god damn it. Sorry, Nightalian. I was reading your Echo the Dolphin comment, and... I gotta pay a little more attention now, because... This one in particular I'll feel very embarrassed to lose to. So I think I was trying to say this a little bit earlier. The restrictions actually do give you a nice little bit of focus. So I sort of know that I need to get 4 hits in order to restore 1 health. So that gives me a really clear kind of cost benefit in terms of doing things like firing magic. So like clearly there when I was at 1 health, I didn't want any possibility that what the hell is wrong with me? Well, see, Night Valian, there's a really active retro community, so, you know, if Echo the Dolphin is your passion, you should be doing it for that anyway. But yeah, like, retro is definitely a very active category. Uncle Cranky does quite well when he goes there, and I know Outworld, he's already partnered, but that's been another big source of growth for him. So one thing I've been slowly trying to incorporate, and I've got kind of a mixed record at actually doing it, but I've been trying to make it so that when I have a full soul vessel, that I turn that into damage rather than keep it sort of hoarded away for for the possibility of healing. Because obviously ending the fight is a faster way of avoiding damage. But yeah, I mean, I guess the biggest thing is that it's easy to sort of feel hard done by algorithms and such, and I do think that there is, like, my biggest complaint with the status quo, and it's a double-sided coin. To a certain extent, you've got sort of the full faith and credit of, you know, very large tech companies like Google and Amazon through its ownership of Twitch, helping people discover your stuff through their algorithms. And so in theory, you know, if stuff is properly labeled, you've got a bunch of you know, newly minted PhDs from Stanford trying to help you get your stuff out there. In principle, right? In practice, you do have some difficulties in terms of, you know, trying to classify your stream the way that they would like it to be classified. Nuts. It's like a really good example here would be on YouTube. One of my most popular videos is a video that I wish people would stop watching. Oh, sorry. I got to stop reading chat for a little bit. That's another kind of bad hit that I took from... I'll have to... Sorry, Favorite Dupless. I will catch up, but I've been hit by a couple of really careless careless mistakes, and I was really close to winning on the last one, so I'm sorry to do this to you guys, but I don't like blaming chat for some stuff, but I know the times when my attention has been divided, and I'm just making a few too many mistakes right now to... Let me just say, it's not you, it's me. I just don't have the bandwidth to be able to do chat and game right now. That sucks. Ah, that couldn't have gone worse. That's all me. Every once in a while, he does immediately go back into another job. I've never been able to identify how to see he's going to do that. But anyways, I recovered from it. Oh, I'm also wrong. It's 3 hits to get the soul vessel. So notice I've gotten a little bit more ordered in how I approach, like get really close and then like that. That's mostly just because I dashed into his body a couple of times. Okay. So, do we ever canonically kill the Dung Defender? Oh, I hope we never canonically kill the Dung Defender. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm sorry to... I really... So my view is that priority should be chat over like beating the game. But of course, I did spend quite a bit of time at the start of the cast talking about, you know, the challenges of spending a little more time in Hollow Knight than I was planning. So I'm trying to come up with the right balance. Ouch. I had to follow through, otherwise I wouldn't have made it otherwise. Oh no! This is not looking good for the run. Okay, got my third. I gotta get my 3 right away. Ouch. Oh, what am I doing? No! I just need 1 hit. There we go. No! I was treading water for so long trying to get that spot to heal. I mean, I was doing it really sloppy before, but it is cool that I can consistently get back to the duo. We actually took down one half of the duo at the first time we ran into them. So I'm feeling pretty confident we'll see the end of this at some point tonight. I don't know what hit me there, but I'm assuming the Vengefly, or Vengefly King rather. Oof, that was bad. Try and get the heal in before I go too far. Ah, what did I think I was doing? No! I think one of the drawbacks is that I get a lot of adrenaline when the two come in, because I know that's closer to the end. And it actually takes a little bit for it to wear off. Like, I'm definitely on edge, and it's terrible. One, I have definitely found trying to suppress that feeling really helps sort of keep you balanced during a game. So, like, you know the really bad tendency of like people losing their temper during games for no reason? And I've been guilty of this at times. Like, just getting that feeling out of your system is really help. Like, so again, feeling the tension and the adrenaline. Part of it is just like I'm assuming there's kind of a reinforcement mechanism here, right? But like, I don't get to keep the Geo at the end of Hollow Knight. There's really nothing at stake other than my time, and if I wanted to spend my time on something productive, I wouldn't be playing a video game. Oh, damn it. Sorry, I was not hitting attack. But yeah, the big problem with it is that in addition to just kind of giving rise to sort of the natural reactions you have sort of when you're keyed up, which can sometimes manifest themselves in some really negative reactions. It also just makes you worse at what you're doing, and you can very clearly see when I've got it together. There tends to be some very deliberate actions that I make. And then, sort of, the more invested I get in the fight, the more sloppy I get. And that's kind of been true for just about any game that I play. Sort of, the more dispassionate I feel about it, the more I sort of feel like I'm problem solving. This is actually why I really like strategy games. The better I generally am at... Oh, God. I hit all the wrong buttons. But, yeah, I don't know. Generally, I'd like to not be someone who gets too worked up about games in general. I like being emotionally invested in a game. Obviously, being invested is the thing that lets me yell out "No!" when I see Cloth killed in in one of the fights. I think that's a really positive way of generating those emotional connections. But when it comes to sort of displays of skill, so if you're playing Apex Legends or something, and you're about to win. You know, that's a really exciting moment when you pull it off. But you don't want to get so invested that suddenly you become a jerk to your teammates when it doesn't turn out. And I think this is the, you know, I don't normally like bringing up individual streamers when I go on this topic, but I mean, Ninja's kind of big enough that I feel like that's a little more fair game, because, like, what honestly does my opinion on them really do to change the needle? Or move the needle? But just that general attitude of, like, unless you kind of treat everything like it's the final match of the World Championships, you know, you're not even gaming. Like, what are you even doing in this? One, I think, is a really terrible attitude to have for games. And more importantly, too, I actually think it undervalues what Ninja is doing. Because I'll be honest with you, like, if you look at his competitive performance, it's not good. Like, he's better than me, don't get me wrong. But, like, if his metric for success is, like, you know, the winner's mindset, he's really not delivering. And I just think, you know, this is somebody who makes a lot of money doing streaming. This is something that most people will only ever be able to dream of in terms of accomplishments. And that's something that I think, you know, he could very comfortably, you know, accept as an accomplishment, as sort of what his role is. But instead it seems to be that there's just this nagging feeling that he's, you know, that he has to be winning all the time. And I just have to assume that's a really unhappy way to engage with games. See, I really try to avoid stuff like, you know, disgusting human being. I don't know the guy. I do have a problem with some of the things that he's said. But, like, the thing is that I want to distinguish between... I got my hands off the keys. The thing I want to distinguish between is a claim made by a very popular and influential individual, as opposed to sort of going ad hominem. Like, you know, it might be, right? The guy might be a jerk. I don't know. I don't really watch his stuff. But the reason why... So that it does invite the question in terms of why am I bringing up this individual? You know, when I have a tendency to not name names when it's something negative. You know, why do I mention him? And it's because I think there is some value in looking at the fact that the person who's saying that is someone who, by all rights, is very successful and, you know, probably should be a lot happier with their lot in terms of... Yeah, well, I mean, you know, that's a separate case than what I'm talking about, right? I get it that people want to... Like, so here's the thing, right? It's very, very easy to rally a group of people around disliking someone. And I do have issues with his use of a racial slur on a broadcast. I also know that if I were to be judged by... You know, so like I'll be honest here. There is an equivalent to it. It is not nearly as tinged. But during a Shadowrun stream, I said something that, in retrospect, in the moment, I recognized, like, wow, that's actually probably a really inappropriate thing to say. And it's like, the thing is that when I was growing up, that was totally fine. Nobody would think twice of it. That was just a descriptive term. But I think because of its similarity to a slur, at the moment, I was actually really uncomfortable with the fact that I said it. And so, of course, in that moment, I recognize, you know, the error and correct myself. Now, you know, you can say it's like, okay, well, but in this case, you know, the streamer didn't recognize it and didn't apologize. And then I'm sort of saying, it's like, okay, so what's the appropriate time distance between, saying something that you regret and correcting it? The biggest thing that I can say is, like, I sort of know if someone were to take my worst moment in, okay, actually, just in case somebody thinks I said something worse than I did, let us say it is, around the time I was, and also keeping in mind that, like, I was kind of growing up for a little while in a very remote community, which is probably going to have more old-fashioned sensibilities. It's a description that you would give to a white person, Caucasian person, for, let's say an overabundance in terms of use of rap slang. So again, it's something that's relatively innocuous, but I think because of its closeness to a really offensive term, I think probably shouldn't be used. But the big thing is that I know if somebody went and took that clip and put it, I don't know if the clip is online, but I kind of have to assume that if I set it online at some point, somebody would be able to find it. It's very easy to put that on, and if I were to be judged by my worst moment, that would be really bad, right? And the question is sort of like, what have they done to sort of demonstrate that they've grown from that moment? So the thing is that I really do not like taking a moment like that and then sort of making an evaluation of an entire person's life and their motivations behind streaming. Because, like, so far as I can tell, that is not there's definitely some people where the error always seems to be going in one direction. And at that point, I'm sort of like, well, this is part of the shtick now, right? That they say something quote unquote edgy, and then they do this pseudo apology, and everybody's supposed to feel better. I really don't have time for streamers like that. I don't know whether or not Ninja's in that same category or not. So the thing is that it's really easy to focus on the negative. It is really easy to say, every streamer but me sucks, and this is why this is the most authentic community on Twitch. And what I've tended to find the better way forward is that it's really important to condemn individual actions. So because it's come up in chat, let me just be very clear. When Ninja used that word, he used the word. So people will give the defense of, the word being used in the context of karaoke. The thing is that word does not appear at the moment that he was doing it in karaoke. And I mean, there's a whole other debate about whether or not anybody should be saying that stuff in karaoke, right? And it's maybe one that I don't think I am equipped to, nor am I particularly interested in sort of dissecting when it is and isn't appropriate. I'm probably not the person who needs to be the thought leader on that. So my effort to try and be a little, try and not to fall into that temptation to focus on the negative too much is, again, to take it on individual case-by-case basis. And again, I apologize this is taking so much time on the stream, but because the scope of the conversation has now grown in chat, I kind of want to deal with it as best as I can. Being able to say, so, consider what the original claim, which was what Ninja had said with regards to sort of the quote-unquote winner's mindset. There is use in identifying who is saying it as well as what is being said, because I think there's some value in saying that look at somebody who should be really happy with their success and their ability to reach out to everyone. And it's something very revealing that with this kind of attitude, it indicates that despite the money that they are making and despite the influence that they have, there's every reason to believe that this mindset leads you to be very unhappy and in fact does not actually produce the outcomes that it claims to, as evidenced by their performance in tournaments. Again, acknowledging that this streamer almost certainly could mop the floor with me on pretty much most of the games that they play, if not all of them. And in that case, I think there is some value in being able to identify the speaker, because there's a specific claim being made and sort of an implied sort of claim to skill that mindset will give that presumably is not being met by the the person making that claim. And again, I think that's a very different thing from saying that X streamer is a bad person. I'll maybe go so far as to say I actually have some streamers who I do think are bad people, based on personal knowledge. And the fact of the matter is I don't think there is anything productive in airing that dirty laundry. What I do think is better is to take the time on shout-outs of people who I think are worth your time watching. And to try and build up reasons to check out things that I think are a model of what I would like to see more of on broadcasts, rather than give a lot of airtime to attitudes that I find negative. And my other hope is that by being able to focus on specific claims and specific attitudes, so again, being able to specifically say, here is why, as if anybody didn't know that the use of racial slurs is a bad thing, being able to say specifically and within the context, this is why that was wrong, and there is no argument you can make to say that that thing was justified. I think what that does is that gives a certain credibility to the criticism, whereas ones that are more broad and sort of speak to somebody's individual character, especially because you really do not know who the person behind the broadcast is. There's maybe one more personal detail I'll give before I go to the next phase. I've sort of moved through a few different careers. So pretty much out of high school, I worked on film for a little while. So there were a bunch of people who kind of knew me in high school and had a conception of me. And then I moved to another city to go into film, met a bunch of people, and definitely a lot of people who only wanted to know me because of my film sort of contacts and knowledge. And when I went to school and I became an economist, as far as they were concerned, it was the whole, you turned your back on your dreams. And I'm like, well, there's a reason why I went to go, and study something. Like, there was definitely something about working in film that didn't satisfy me. And what I've tended to find is that people's conceptions of who I am in certain contexts, right? Who I am on set, who I am, in school, who I am in, on broadcast, these necessarily involve certain facets of my personality. And there can definitely be something revealing in that, right? Especially like with individual. So if somebody gives me an individual email, one thing I actually tend to find is really revealing is that if there's a negative encounter on stream with people, sometimes I'll get DMs. And what I do my best for is to try and explain to people, if there is an apology, I will usually accept it. And what I will try and do is provide context for why it was something that I found hurtful. And some people don't like that. Like, some people kind of want to give a perfunctory I'm sorry, and then it's sort of like there's a blank slate. And I realize that in some cases that can come off as me wanting to extract some groveling apology or something like that. But what I also tend to find is some of those DMs are people wanting me to beg them for their view. And I have no problem. I have and will continue to each time I do make a mistake in terms of an interaction with someone. I've had cases where I've thought someone was doing something I didn't think that they were. Hang on. This is a really neat touch. You get to slap the waterfalls. I never noticed that before. I had a case where I mischaracterized someone's position, and I apologized after the fact. And what I found in my interaction with that individual after the fact was, they basically wanted me to beg them to watch the stream again. And I just said, it's like, your decision to watch the stream is your own, I said it was unfair to do this thing. I've also said, in the following stream that I was wrong to do that. But I didn't maybe give what I thought their intentions were. I just simply said, it's like, as far as I'm concerned, you're welcome to participate in the channel, knowing what my expectation of conduct is. And it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to do that. And of course, the response afterwards was like, you're right, it is my decision. And I'm like, at that point, I didn't really feel... the thing is, I felt bad for mischaracterizing the position for sure. What I didn't feel bad about was losing that view. Because, that to me is just... That's a time bomb waiting to go off. There's just going to be another negative encounter with them later on, and I'm just going to have to go over this all over again. But what I do tend to find is that there's something very revealing in how people behave, in private correspondence compared to So the best analogy that I can draw is how you can find out which actors are really jerks. Most actors have already figured out that when you are on set, there's recording equipment, both audio and video, and that it is very easy to capture bad behavior on set. And specifically, there are a lot of people around, and so even if even if it isn't recorded, word gets around very quickly. Generally, when you see that, I'm not going to say that the actor rants are legitimate ones, but those are definitely things where there is something that is, been emotionally resonant enough for the individual that they're sort of outside of whatever publicity considerations, right? Like, there's probably genuine anger going on. A good example would be the Tom Cruise anger about the people failing the COVID restrictions. I don't know if people perceive that as to be like a prima donna thing or not, but I am kind of conscious of the pressure that's on them to get that right? I don't know if it's a method thing or not, but I'll leave that. I'll leave that to to others. My sort of rule for finding out if an actor was a jerk or not was how they would behave in the makeup trailer, because it's behind closed doors. By definition, not by definition, but sort of there's very good reasons why there would not be recording material inside of it. And they're dealing with people who have nothing to give them, right? If the makeup job is a bad one, it is manifest on set, and the makeup artist is going to get fired. Admittedly, makeup tends to be very early in the morning, and so people might be grouchy during that. But this is basically somebody encountering someone who has nothing that they want from, right? Makeup's there to do a job, and the star has all of the power. And generally, the actors who are jerks to people in the makeup trailer are the ones who, if you do a little bit more digging, you're just going to tend to find out that they're a bit of a jerk. I can also say that there are some actors who really are just genuinely sweethearts. The Tom Cruise example, the one anecdote I've heard about Tom Cruise was, seeing a jar for, I think it was a kid with MS or something like that, and putting a lot of, tens of thousands of dollars in that jar. That's a genuine act of charity. They didn't need to do that. The Scientology stuff I know people have a big problem with, but there is something to be said for somebody taking the time to do an act of charity like that when the cameras aren't rolling. Christopher Lloyd, I was carrying... There's a move called the one-tonning, so this is where you take a full camera with a lens and a mag and a tripod head. This is a terrible thing for you to do. You should never do it. But sometimes in the name of expediency, you'll do it. You'll lift it up, and you'll just... Usually you don't hold, you put it on your knee or something like that. And the idea is that somebody's going to come in really quickly with the replacement, and that's why you're doing it quickly. So never do something like that. That is a lot of weight, and I'm a really skinny guy, by the way. So I doubly shouldn't be doing that. So the thought was that we get the replacement, but it turns out that somebody brought the wrong part. So I'm sort of here, like, resting this thing on my leg, you know, hoping to God I don't drop it. And Christopher Lloyd, the, you know, Doc Brown from Back to the Future, or Fester from the older Addams Family movies, or I'm trying to think of other things that he's been in. I really don't know a lot. But you know, he was off, you know, he's sitting in a chair, like, reading the lines, and just out of nowhere, like, you know, stood up and came over to me. It's like, do you want the chair? Which was super nice. Like, you know, nobody pointed at him. He was reading his lines. Nobody wants to bug him while he's doing that. But in my case, I declined. One, because, you know, he probably could use it. There is definitely a significant age gap between me and him. But number two, also, I suspect if I'd moved, I would be more likely to drop the camera. But again, like, that's just a nice thing to do that, you know, in the protocols of being on a set, you know, he's the talent. He gets a chair. I don't. Yeah. My little test has always sort of been, you know, is someone nice in the makeup trailer? And this applies to other things, right? In private correspondence, like, how does this person behave? I had an encounter with somebody who claims to, you know, host a community resource, and I sort of explained a use that I wanted to use their data for. And it wasn't that they said no, right? I need to accept no in plenty of circumstances. But they were very rude in terms of the way that they encountered me. Because again, I had nothing to give them. You know, somebody else said that they're a really cool guy, and, you know, all I could say is, you know, I have had the experience of being someone who has nothing to offer them, and my encounter with them was very negative. And in the end, that's why I've always tried to avoid. Again, sorry for the rant, but. This is why I've always really tried to avoid the very broad strokes claims in terms of people's character. The most productive conversations are ones where you talk about specific behavior. Was this the right thing to do or not? You can definitely speak to character when it becomes a pattern of behavior. And then again, in that case, you're probably talking about specific events. Because, again, I really want to try and highlight the positives. You know, in some cases, circumstances will lead me to talk about negatives, but in general, it's nice to reward the stuff that you think is better and you'd like to see some more of. So with that in mind, if you'd like to help Night Valiant get to affiliate, there's his link for you. And I apologize to those of you who didn't want to. You know, I apologize to those of you who didn't want to have to hear me air the dirty laundry, but I hope at the very least, oh, that sucked. I hope at the very least we can walk away feeling that nobody was hard done by in terms of the content. Well, I mean, I did get really low on my health the last time I fought Gorb. I haven't really come down the ledge off the last Nailmaster fights, so I also haven't had a lot to eat, but I'm actually wondering if that's maybe some of where the shaking is coming from. It's definitely not too much caffeine. Well, I guess I had a little more coffee today than I normally do, but... There we go. Hey, Prometheus. I wanted to hit him with a bolt. I probably could have stopped his super mode if I hit that. Ah! Really? Where'd that hit come from? Yeah, for me, we actually went pretty far on this one. That would have been great if I... Oh, come on! I think I'm trying to get a little too cute. Alright, so I'm going after them all without any soul, but hey, Talwyn, hoping for better internet today. Sorry, I was going to say it was actually a pleasure to engage with your riddles, but I'm sorry that the context kept me from being a little more... Ah! Damn it. Being a little more fully engaged. I suspect it'll be the same today, but it was actually nice to see them again. Somebody's really insistent on messaging me right now. Oh. Oh, this is gonna suck. Ah! I learned something new. And proceeded to throw it away. Ah! I'm just gonna try and get the heal in. So the important thing to note, Night Valiant, is not the original dodge, but the fact that you can do it 2 times in a row. It's very easy to get lucky and then just say, I was meant to do that, but if you can replicate it is the key. The Fortnite trolls, they heard me run. We've read this a couple of times, so I'll leave it be. All right. Let's see if I can find my Zen place. So ideally 2 hits for starters. Oops. A little premature on that. Cool. Let's see if I can get 2 hits on the brothers. Oh, come on! Don't let me throw the bolt if I can't. Ouch. Oh, I hesitated. Ouch. I gotta find a way to get some health soon. Ooh, really soon now. That's my third. Be unflappable. same mistake I'm making over and over again, which makes it particularly hard to swallow. There we go.
Final.
So yeah, that was the first time, and you know, it's already not that bad. 4017. Is that a good time or a bad time? Wait, does that mean it took me 40 minutes to... Did it really take me 40 minutes to do that? Time flies when you do no damage. Good point. All right. So it's kind of nice to know that my estimates for how long it's going to take on certain things are all right. I think I said there was a possibility I would have gotten it last stream, which is, you know, like, I don't know, that kind of feels like a bit of a hedge. But I do think I was pretty determined that I would have this one in the bag this stream, and we're kind of at the halfway mark, so I'm generally feeling okay about this. So there's one thing I want to check. So this is all blocked away, but there was a door that seemed to have some symbols on it down here. Aha. Yeah. That's the thing that's probably going to encourage me to do the other challenges with all of the restrictions. Now, I have nothing I need to learn from... I have nothing that I need to learn from for the next fight, so I'm going to try and clear out a few of these challenges before I try to take on the next Pantheon. Oh my god, I had no idea I could do that early damage. So the big problem here is going to be the heavy damage that happens and the sort of arrivals at weird times. It's like that's kind of status quo. Okay. I think I need just a totally different approach to this, but I gotta work with what I got right now. Oh, good God. Okay. I need 3 of those to stay alive. Oh, nope. Okay, that was really sloppy. So, I'm gonna try a couple of things here. First of all, for this challenge, I feel like there's a couple of other things. So definitely we don't need the Wayward Compass for a starter. So I want... Maybe I can give up the Quick Slash, because I'm not really using it here. So if we do Joni's Blessing, I'm kind of taking it for granted that I'm not going to be able to heal on this one, or at least that healing's a bad idea. Yeah, I definitely find... so think of this in the context of how I play... how I play Phantom Brigade. Mobility and my ability to deliver the damage. Oh, damn it. Is sort of my my MO. And basically that's what the long nail is to me here. Like just the ability to strike like, basically, even if I've made, like, an imprecise movement, the ability to... Damn. Alright, this should be textbook at this point. Although my timings have definitely been lost on this one. But yeah, so basically for me, it's kind of... So one, I definitely heavily emphasize the nail, and I know one of the areas that I could stand to improve on is better use of magic. And that's partly, I think to a certain extent, that's because I've used magic to restore myself so long. So actually bringing on Joni's Blessing really helps me out in that regard. I think I'm actually going to try and run with this for the next little while. And this is just going to force me to be more aggressive. Oops. That was super careless. Damn you! So, like, it's really hard to imagine... Oops. That was really sloppy. But, like, it's really hard to imagine me fighting the Malwek this way if I didn't have my... If I didn't have that charm equipped. So sometimes I just need to change the set of incentives I'm facing to... I'm assuming this is just to avoid giving me those hiding spots I used to take advantage of. I wish I could say that parry was intentional, but it's just me... you know, trying to be as aggressive as I can. That's it? I always feel bad fighting this guy. Like, knowing the context now. Wow. So the problem actually is that I don't generate enough soul off of 2 whacks of this guy. Imagine that's more difficult if you don't have chance. I can't imagine somebody finding this without having gone through the rest of the game. But then that's the problem, right? Is that I'm only ever going to experience this game the way that I have the first time, so I really didn't know what else to to expect. I am curious what the modifications are here. Oops, I don't know what I thought I was doing there. Oops. I'm still used to having my shorter nails, so I'm trying to get in really close where that's completely inappropriate here. This is actually one where the quick slash might have been helpful. Do they just make him tougher in the Ascended mode? I guess so. Sorry, that isn't a real question for chat, by the way. I'm sort of thinking aloud. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on with that, Talwyn. I saw that back on the Vengefly one, but it's not a huge deal, to be completely honest. All right, so there's a second... oh, you know, it's probably the Radiant. All right. You forget, were you fine with wild speculation from us if you don't actually know what the proper answer... yeah, I'm fine with wild speculation, but just keep in mind that there is definitely a style of back... I've run into this a lot. There is a style of backseater that likes to pretend that they just happen to be discovering the, you know, quote-unquote right way totally out of nowhere. People who try to do that are not nearly as clever as they think they are. So I am still going to reserve the right to, like, just declare closure on that, because I can't stand that. Olaf! I thought Valheim was the new arc. I'm thinking of things I can do for different... I've got some ideas for some new alerts, but that's probably going to require the most effort. How you doing, Olaf? It's great to see you again. Thank you very much for resubscribing, especially because you've been subsidizing my entertainment twice over by buying me a subscription for Miss Ariella's channel. So you're sort of doing double duty. I certainly, I mean, I appreciate it in general. It's actually really nice to have you stick around, particularly because you're so regular in letting me know that you've been watching, even as a lurker. And it's just that nice little boost of confidence, especially at times when I'm feeling like I'm sort of on the decline as a streamer or an entertainer. But I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. And how have you been? Your wild speculation is that these are for practicing the bosses in preparation for the longer runs. Oh, you mean for like the harder challenges? That's entirely possible. I did notice. So the challenge I have is I don't know. I don't know how, like, the harder level, like the spot where there were spikes added or 2 Vengeflies, I'm not quite sure how that fits in the overall pattern for the future challenges. But you could be right. Like, this could be intended as a practice area. Whoa! All right, well, that's why he's radiant. You can't get hit. Oh, no, not into it. All right, well, this should be easy. I was actually going to make it so that if I lost one, I just go on to the next challenge, but I'm going to try something here. So now that I've learned a little bit of discipline in terms of not healing. I'm going to adjust my loadout a little bit. So let's try equipping the quick slash again. I also got to find out which of two charms I'm missing here. This would be an interesting one. Let's try the Sprint Master. So still undervaluing magic, but here I'm just going to try and be as offensive as possible. Oh man. No! Went the wrong way. Yeah, the quick nail makes all the difference there. Actually, you know what? Let's get even bolder. Oh, nuts. Okay, well, we can lose the Sprint Master. See how far I can go with that. I'm an idiot. I actually really like Sprint Master, but again, that just speaks to a difference in approach. Sprint Master makes sense for the same reason that Long Nail makes sense for me. It's just the ability to do damage from anywhere. Piece of cake. Obviously, the Radiant is the easiest fight because, you know, everybody who's ever beaten Radiant. So why don't I have the charm there? Okay, I gotta find out what's going on with that second charm. What is the... Oh, cool. Oh, it's probably the upgraded version of each one. Oh. Can't outrun that. Oh, so I'm noticing a crank on Hornets, Ah! This is the tough one. Keep forgetting. This is the serious one. Oh, God. I'm getting sloppy still. I need to stop being so reckless. Actually, it's my speed at dealing with that. That's the problem. Fair enough. I actually like it when he does the jump attack now. Alright, that thing hits hard, so I can't be as reckless, but I'm actually really liking this build now. I think so. He's a tough one. Oof. Yeah, that's for 4 health. Oh! I was not paying attention to that. So I have a little bit of leftover dinner that's been bugging me. Just give me 1 second here. I might need to go get some floss, but I want to see if I can manage with my tongue. There we go. I've actually found it at the start of the stream. God, this is so fast. Oh, come on. Oof. Oh, I'm calling BS on that one. Not that the game will mind. Are you kidding me? All right. No, I actually really like how fast everything feels now. So, yeah, man, that's a shadow strike. What's going on there? Okay, so apparently I can't shadow dash through that. I gotta be much higher. Ah! There's no room for error on that. Alright. I'm determined to make this, like, so there's definitely ways that I can get my health up, but I'm actually really determined to make this build work, because I think that's just going to make me better at the game overall. Oh, come on. I'm still getting a little sloppy. In the name of trying to do as much damage as possible, I am also getting a little sloppy in terms of how I'm hitting, though. Ooh, that was a scary one. I don't know what I could have done about that one. All right. Oh, this sucks. Okay, that's new. I don't know where this intuition's getting created from, but I feel like I had a reasonably good job of anticipating those blows. Obviously, till the end. I'll admit, I kind of regret having a high refresh rate monitor now, because everything just feels a lot faster than it used to be. Okay, so I wanted to see if it was viable to dash through him when he doesn't attack like that. The answer is no. Ah, damn it. That one I totally failed to read. I really didn't want to make it a meal out of taking on this this enemy, but I'm actually having a little fun trying to perfect this. I think it's because it's lent me to a very different type of build from what I normally do, so... Okay. Oh, come on. That is a very hard... that is a very hard set. Hey, Kite, how you doing? I'm trying a new build. We did get past the first challenge, and I thought was fairly convincingly beaten. But I'm overall trying to be a lot more aggressive in how I... Oof, that's not a good start. Good lord. Sorry, you caught me at a time when I'm making a bunch of mistakes. But guys... Kite is somebody who I definitely want to draw your attention to. Kite had some incredibly sweet things to say about my Hollow Knight play, which I'm now going to completely invalidate through the quality of what you're seeing right now. What the hell is wrong with me? Kite is a very... Good lord, that is a... Yeah, when he does 2 in a row, that's a hard... That is a hard combo to deal with. As I'm always fond of saying, Kite is one of the streamers who I really feel has kind of got audience interact... Oh, God, Kite, thank you very much for the sub. Let me try and... I really should... Now I'm going to say even nicer things because he gave me money. Oh, that sucked. No mistakes, only refining the plan. That's a great attitude to have about it. But yeah, Kite is one of the streamers who I really feel has gotten audience interaction down to sort of this almost perfect level. He has streamed with people who I've actually had some challenges in terms of being able to do a good stream with. He is great at interacting with his audience. He is, to everything that I've seen, an incredibly generous individual in real life, very giving of his time and his talents. And I think one of the things that's been really neat is I'm discovering just how deep of a well Kite really has in terms of his talents. He is constantly surprising me in terms of just the different things that he is capable of doing, which is, for me, just been an absolute delight to sort of discover, discover exactly what he's capable of. So lots of different reasons to see him. The last thing I saw him play was Yakuza, but I don't know if that is part of a long-term plan or if that was just a one-off. But Kite is actually somebody who I've known for a very long time on Twitch, and is one of these people who's kind of been a very delightful constant through the... This isn't a throwaway run yet, but okay, now it's a throwaway run. I really wanted to try and make that work, but... Gonna beat them all. All right. Night Valiant was actually just recently doing a Yakuza series. I have not touched them yet, but it's something I might try. It's like the LA noir of crime stories. Yeah, man, that's a... Whenever he does 2 in a row, I find that really hard to deal with. So it's fine, just as long as I do it perfectly. Alright, I've gotten worse. I might switch out the Shaman Stone just because I don't have that many opportunities to do magic, but... Got to be falling soon, right? Ow. It's not great. I hate that I healed off of that, but for some reason it didn't take as a Hadouken. Oh, that's not good. Funny you say that, Chonk. You've just they have a spin-off of the Yakuza games called Judgment. You play as a detective, but it's still set in the same universe. That's really funny. Yeah, I mean, Kite's streamed enough to know that I always kind of come in with the Dark Souls of video games. What my favorite one was being in a chat where somebody like tried to explain the joke to me, and I'm like, I know. But what the hell was that? Yeah, Kite is very tolerant, let's say. Actually, come to think of it, it might have been in this channel. I think it was because I didn't laugh at it, but that was shameful. All right. I'm going to take a quick minute here. I really don't think there's more I can do with my... Well, I know like there's a little bit more I can do with my nail, but I want to see if I can maybe get some... So I'd have 3 free. Oh, right, this is an interesting one. I want to see... So if this doubles up the damage that I do... I think I'll just do Unbreakable Strength as a starter. That's the simplest one. But I was wondering if, like, the laser beam version would let me, like, do multiple damage, both from the strike as well as the... Oh, god damn it, that's a tough one. I really don't have a solution for when he hits twice like that. Oh man, this thing hits like a truck. Piece of cake. A new rogue, invited playtest a new roguelike called Blade Assault. Looks fast and fun. That sounds pretty much right up your alley, Kite. Let me know how to. Will you be? Are you allowed to stream it as part of the playtest, or is it a closed playtest? Oh my god! Really? I really don't want to test to find out if it's insta-kill, but I'm assuming it is. Yeah, well... I'm really looking forward to seeing that then. Thanks, Kite. Oh man, Kite. See, here's the breath of fresh air. Kite... Kite always comes in with the most encouraging words, and then I completely betray his confidence by sucking. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so that's the one I really haven't got a pattern down for, is when he does two of those in a row. Like, sometimes I let little errors slip in. Those I don't feel too bad about, but I wonder if there's a way to just force him to do the close hits. No. I don't think I can dash through him either, so that's a really tough one to figure out. But yeah, I'm going to try and stay as close to his body as I can and see if I can just stop him from doing the waves. Answer is no. Oof. Wrong direction. I knew he was going to land on me as soon as I went moving that way, but I don't know if he can. I don't know if you can cancel those moves. Anyways, I've got the loadout that I want. Like, the way to get over this one is just to take him out as fast as possible. Unbelievable. What the hell did I think I was doing there? I mean, I guess the good news is if I fail fast, it's not as big of a time investment. Yeah, I really want to call BS on not being able to do the shadow dash through that thing at a certain level. Like, what in the game really indicates that that's how that works? Because, like, clearly getting through the top of that thing lets you survive. And I'm really, it doesn't really indicate why the thick part doesn't work. Yeah, that was bad. I was too busy looking at stuff on the ceiling that I didn't really pay attention to where I was. That was a good start, though. Until it wasn't. Calm down. I am tempting fate trying to dodge that. No! Oh, I dodged it. I didn't think that I dodged it, so I took my hands off the keys for a second. I need to treat this like I'm basically, until I actually see myself back here, I need to basically pretend as if this is still salvageable. I give up way too easily when I get a skin of my teeth escape. Nice. I really wanted some rocks to hit him with. I haven't had fish in a while. Apparently I'm in want of the brain food. What the hell did I think I was doing? I probably would have got hit by the rocks anyway, but I'm just back to making careless. I think the thing is because I'm focused so much on being as aggressive as possible, which I think is the right approach to a lot of these fights, I'm letting my caution in other regards sort of drop. Like that, there's no reason for me to think that jumping away, like jumping into that hit is going to work. And I sort of understand why I do it, because I don't believe you can shadow dash through the failed champion. But again, just the split-second judgment, it's a very different way of playing. Yeah, same mistake over and over again. It's a very different way of playing the way I did before, and I kind of have to unlearn some unhelpful... well, it's not just that I need to unlearn some unhelpful patterns like that. But I'm doing it in the most unforgiving environment possible. That to learn that lesson involves restarting the fight over and over again. That sucks. I think it's because I'm expecting the wave again. I'm trying to keep a track. I'm trying to think of what my thought pattern is each time I get hit by that. And I don't know if I'm panicking or if I've just gotten into a bad... Ah, that's the problem. I reflexively dash no matter what. I should try and count. That'll give me a little more confidence in my position. Yeah, I can also get away with 4. Unbelievable. I could have sworn I hit my blade on that. Okay, I'm going to try and keep... I can't say it out loud, but I'll try and keep it in my head how many hits it takes. No. I am not counting. That's too many. I've got too many things to keep track of. And I fall back to the same mistake I'm trying to train myself out of. Alright, you know what? We're just going to have fun with this. That's on me. I'm trying to keep conscious of the time. I can't believe it's already been 2.5 hours. I might go a little bit over on this. Man, damned if you do, damned if you don't on that attack. That's the same problem. So yeah, it's the reflexive dash away. I gotta be one, disciplined about that, and find better ways of dealing with the other problems. So that's kind of it's kind of a hybrid of the two approaches now that's working for me. Ah, that's a pity. I fell back into the same problems. But that was an improvement. Silly. I really thought he was going to jump there. Honestly, I actually think this is just a question of getting better at reaction times. I shouldn't be... The way I tend to work is I try and build in some contingencies for myself, but in this case I think I just need to genuinely identify and react to the attack at the right time. I think that's one of the reasons why I keep making that mistake over and over again, is because I'm trying to build in my safety. Generally I tend to find building in the safety is a little more reliable for me than assuming that I've got pitch-perfect reflexes each time. Ah, come on! Again, I keep feeling like I hit my attack on those ones, but I'm obviously not. Like, I don't think the game cares that it beats me. Well, the good news is I'm doing damage to him when he's taking me out. It's like expressing my stern disapproval of the failed champion's actions. I really wonder what's going on in my head sometimes. Silly. Getting hit by the rocks is the absolute worst. I think I was setting myself up for failure there too by just trying to run away so quickly. Because obviously getting in close is that's the real way that I end this thing. But yeah. Of course, too close and I put myself at big risk for the shockwave attack. The shockwave by far is the one that I struggle the most with. Okay, that was just reckless. the rocks are what keep that from being viable, but I was just thinking if I can bounce off of his head, that gets me some extra time. I know he does have a jump, but it's more about just being able to stay in the air. Oh, hang on. That's an idea. Yes! No dashing. Double jumping. Double jumping is what gives... Yeah, so I know what I'm doing with the shock waves. I am dashing over the shock waves because I want to close the distance as quickly as possible, but what it's forcing me to do is remove my my margin of error when it comes to other stuff. Oh, and now I'm just making a new set of mistakes on the rocks. Okay, I'm gonna try double jumping and see if we can get some progress. I also need to just get some of the dumb runs out of my my system. I am I'm back to bad habits. I am feeling a little keyed up. And again, that might be a hunger thing. But we'll make it work. The thing is, like, the fast failures really aren't that costly to me anymore, so... Okay. So that's the problem with the double jump, is that I can't complete it in time for the second wave. This is actually where I think the Sprint Master would have been a helpful one for me. Just my ability to zip around the level and react a little more effectively. Okay, I got very lucky there. You can't dodge through the failed champion. I was trying to dodge the rock and didn't even think about where he was going to land. This is the problem. I lose too many times to rocks, and all of a sudden I'm focusing on them, not the boss. I don't know what I thought that was going to accomplish. It is possible that my tendency for aggression is now resulting in too many otherwise viable runs being lost. But part of this is trying to unlearn bad habits. I wonder if it's possible to parry. Like, if you did an upward hit when they bring that mace down, that would be a really cool parry to do. I have no idea how you'd test it. Well, let's try. Yeah, so the thing is that if I'm just going to be wailing on it, I'm not going to have the presence of mind to... Oh, there is actually one other thing I can do to try and push this in my favor. Ah, you could see me try to hit that, but I was in the wrong position. What the hell was that? Sorry, I'm in a silly mode now. I've been in a silly mode for a little while, but we'll get over it. Maybe I just give him his space when he's cornered and he's done more than one shockwave. I don't think that's the right response to it, but I don't know how I provoke any other behavior. Just focusing on too many things. Alright. Yeah, so there's one thing I'm gonna try. So I'm trying to remember if there was a charm that... So it says it draws in soul from the air. I'm hoping... it doesn't seem like it's happening. So I just made this fight harder for myself for no reason. I'm obviously not getting it for its healing properties. So what I was hoping would happen is that I would get a constant rate of soul coming in, and then I'd be able to lob more spells. Yeah, I don't know. I think this combo works for me. It's just I need to get better. I might change things up a little bit though. Like it's been fun to be a tourist here, but this is really just this is becoming my white whale. Let's actually take a minute and we'll bully Hornet for a little bit. I'm gonna pay for that later. I'm assuming she's gonna get a Radiant version as well. What am I doing? What do I think I was gonna accomplish with that? I deserve to lose this one. She is not the failed champion. There's a protocol here. This is one where I might want to go back to the Shaman Stone, but... Silly. Well, this is not a good model of how I'm going to go if there's a Radiant mode, but... Okay, let's be a little more cautious, but... I'll let her take the lead in terms of the moves. Silly! The ones I can't stand are when I know it's an obviously bad move, but I still see, like, I see myself leaving my body and just doing it no matter what. I wasn't sure about that dodge in, but that's really the only option I had by the time I realized what attack was coming in. Again, as you all already know, my favorite trumpet. Thanks, Kite. Ah, defends at the start. Oops. Oh yes, and okay. It's been a while since I've had to go against the Sentinel. Oof. Well, it's not Radiant, so this is going to be the most forgiving practice I have on this fight. I totally failed to recognize her defensive abilities before. Again, super cool character. I feel like they should make an independent game of Hornet. I suck. What did I think I was going to do with that? Ooh. Yeah, that got really sloppy near the end there. This is definitely a case where I should consider taking on the... Alright, that was just silly on my part. Well, I mean, in principle that was alright, but that attack is a lot wider. Okay, so I'm gonna give up the quick nail for a bit, because I feel like the quick nail is enabling some really bad bad habits on my part. But I am gonna go for the or quick slash rather. I am gonna go for the Shaman Stone. That's right, if she parries, she strikes back. What the hell was that? I hate that attack so much. This is my Radiant practice. Oh, that's right, I can smash those into her. I think this is phase 2. I completely forgot how the Sentinel fight works. I think that's the name for it. Isn't it like Protector and Sentinel? Yeah. Oh. Again, I'm just practicing for Radiant mode. Ouch. Now this really is practice for Radiant mode. This is really one of those moments where I'm like, and what did you think you were going to accomplish with that? I really should know these, like, I really should read these attacks a lot better than I am now. So I'm resisting the urge to use those breaks as a chance to heal, just because I know in the Radiant fight I'm not going to have those opportunities. Cool. Not so convinced I can do that again for Radiant, but cool. I am really going to need to remember to look out for the whip. The win that I get is going to be the one where she uses that attack as little as possible. Because I'm just not going to... I'm not going to be smart enough to avoid it. The needle getting thrown and things like that, you know... I'll be able to get over those. The ancillary stuff, though, is, like, bad. So that's my chance to get a lot of soul. Ah! That's a pity. I felt like that was going to be a good run until I blew it. Oh, unbelievable! Oh. I was trying to hit that thing that I just got, that I just bounced into, and I hit Hornet instead. I hit down because I wanted to try and drive it down into her, but... Ooh. But I am liking this approach where I conserve as much soul as I can and then just let her have it when the opportunity comes up. I can't let all of my vessels get full. If I dodged to the right, I would have been fine. But yeah, no, I do like the idea, especially because it shortens the period where she might be bringing those barbs on the string. I should know by now I can't dash away from that at close range. I need to jump it or I need to dash through her. The problem is all of this is ex-post analysis. Doesn't exactly mean a whole lot. They mean something if I can turn it into action later. Means something if I could put it into action later, but I just think I'm at a point now where I'm making so many mistakes. I also feel like I was like this on this version of Hornet the first time I encountered her too. That was almost the end there. Oh, come on! That one definitely required. Man, I'm really not accustomed to her jumping up like that. Well, like, sorry, in response to those moves, that's one that's gonna require some attention. I think there are some assumptions about events that don't happen in combination that are in fact rare combinations, but are not good ones for me to. They're not good ones for me to bank on not happening. So the approach I'm trying to take here is just to nibble. I don't want my vessels to get any, I don't want them to get too high. Ah, that sucks. I was ready to jump up and jump up the wall and off the side, but I don't know what happened there. Either I didn't. I genuinely don't know if I didn't hit the button or if she just got me too early. You have to head out to work. Have fun, Chalk and Chat. Thanks, Kite. I'm sorry I couldn't put the bow on this one in time for you, but it's a real pleasure having you inside of the chat as always. I think I'm probably going to give... I'll try and get Radiant Hornet at least. And then maybe I'll try one of the challenges. I know we won't beat the challenge tonight, but at least to kind of find my footing. Ah, that's a disappointing one. Anyways, have a great one, Kite. Thank you for the resubscription. Thank you for hanging out, and I look forward to catching you either at my place or yours. Wow, that was bad. So one of the problems I have is a lot of my dodges are going like really far away. So I feel what's happening is that I'm far away from Hornet when I should be attacking, and I'm way too close to Hornet when I'm not sure what's coming up next. And again, it's one of these cases where intellectually I understand it, but in terms of actual gameplay, I have not actually started playing like I have learned that lesson. Why did I give that to her? Again, I'm pretty sure the third phase is the last one, so it's not like I mean, the threads with the spikes on them have definitely been a lot more challenging than I remember. But after that, like, I kind of have it. The fact that I can get to the third demonstrates that that I can beat the third. But I also keep just having really, really careless moments like that one. Oop. I don't have a triple jump, I only have a double jump. Although I think if I had dashed, I would have been okay. I am kind of glad that she slows down at the end of that attack, because that would have done me in. Ugh. So yeah, whenever I try and do 2 hits, I kind of put myself in at risk that I'm not going to be quick enough on the. I think if I'm just starting off, or maybe like a couple of rounds in on a stream, I feel like I've got enough dexterity to be able to get away with trying to get 2. Oop. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely know by the end of a stream my reflexes tend to be a bit shot. So I do need to sort of calibrate how brave I get on certain moves. I definitely think the nibbling approach is one that's worked best for me, but I'm also kind of impatient, so. That was 2 mistakes in a row. Missing those big soul ones make me sad, but especially getting hit by the wide threat attack. I misread what that attack was and I walked right back into it. I mean, it might have just gotten me in the tail end of the dash anyway, but... I do think the speed through which I can go back to this fight is also... Like, I'm not really taking advantage of the chance to reflect. So it does feel, especially when I was going against the failed champion, like it did feel like I was kind of turning it into a little bit of a war of attrition. That's not how angles work. I'm gonna try something here. Cool. Just a little curious about... I've got apparently like an up and to the right button on my keyboard. Doesn't actually do anything, but... Should have dashed. But yeah, that's just generally a little bit more calm. So let's see if a calm approach to Hornet is... What? 2 in a row? That's just mean. Alright. Should have a drink of water. Oh, I got lucky there. See, a calm approach doesn't make the fight any harder. Does stop me from making dumb mistakes. Ah, oh, sorry. I was looking at the barbs, not at the needle. But yeah, so the casual vengeful spirit is just trying to keep my soul at a manageable level. That was doomed from the start. I should probably work out exactly what my windows are, and I actually, to a certain extent, think I should just machine gun the Vengeful Spirit at the 3rd phase. It's not even necessarily that the 3rd phase is particularly harder than the other ones. It just means that I know, like, having passed the other 2 phases is the necessary condition for a winning run, and so at that point, I sort of know that any effort that I expend is going to be put towards the victory. Whereas extended time in one of the other 2 phases, you know, especially in phase 1, doesn't really count for much. Whoa! Can do that in other phases, okay? I hate this. Cool. That one was for Kite in absentia. What's this one? I can definitely take that, but let's do one more against... no, sorry, before I do that. Oh, okay, maybe not. Oh, wait, but this isn't going to be the Radiant one, is it? It feels so much slower without the quick nail. And come to think of it, I don't think I've ever gotten to the 3rd phase on Radiant on this guy. That is a nice touch. It looks like the mace actually responds to the fact that it's up against a wall. I just want to double check. Oh my god, there is a Radiant version. Why didn't I see that before? I hope this isn't required to like 100% the game. Because this feels like... I think if this is required for like the full 112%, I think I'm going to have to do some of this on my own time. Because because I just don't see how I can have this, like, a room full of this stuff on Radiance done in a reasonable amount of time and, like, be able to play something else. Oof. That was an okay start, but... Oh. I avoided the rock, but I didn't jump in time for the wave. Oh well. I did just want to do one on that, but I want to try and get like a good run where it's like, maybe I got this. Okay. Ooh, that's a pity. Trying to see if I can get some patterns down that really work for me here. But it is pretty discouraging that I can't even break them down to first base. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't be trying this right now. I really feel like the dash is quite inconsistent in terms of what it lets you get away from. Like, there's some where I'm like, okay, you know what, I messed up on that one. There's definitely a couple where I was like, huh, I really thought I would be safe there. Like that. Like, it makes me think that dashing through the top of that is completely irrelevant, and that it's actually just the fact that I'm moving above the top that makes it work. So I thought the double jump would save me there, and the double jump, or in those attacks, double jump definitely doesn't. That was just slow. I think I'm gonna do one more, unless I feel compelled to do it again. We'll see. We'll see where this takes us. Okay. Okay, that's a nice little stack of damage we did early on. Oh, that saved me. Oh, that is a load off my mind. All right, I'm gonna do one on each of the following. Ooh. I'll try a second one because that was a pretty bad showing, but. And actually, I'm gonna change my loadout again. No. Okay, no, I can definitely beat this thing on Radiant. I don't know about the Venge Flies, but this thing I can see to the end for sure. So that one's a little bit more about building up soul. It's going to take a little getting used to. Man. I was waiting for him to do one of these bounces. That sucks. I was feeling dicey there for a little bit, but I kind of feel like I've got a handle on that particular boss. So we'll give one shot on the Venge Fly. If I feel it's viable, we'll give it a shot. But I feel the two are really gonna give me a run for my money. Oh, well, that's not like I really should stick with the there's only one on that. But I feel like I can do better than that. I think the one trick on this will be as long as I can like work down one, I should actually be able to see it through. I lost track of which one is which now. That sucked. Oh, that's a pity. All right, no, I can beat this. It'd be really helpful if I can keep track of one. Ouch. It's been a while since I've died to an ad. Maybe I'm not equipped to do this tonight, but I'm really gonna make a strong effort of it. There's no promise I'll finish it in for tonight, but I really do think I have an idea about how to make this work. Ugh. I keep saying that, and then I keep dying in really dumb ways. I can get 3 reliably. I'm not doing the pogo this time because I do have a very bad track record of avoiding damage there. I lost track of which one I want to damage. That sucked. Oh, that was close. Okay, this is winnable now. They really take their time killing the other one off. It makes it really hard to get a read on what's coming up. So this is definitely don't do dumb stuff mode. Like, just treat it like vanilla. There's nothing in this fight I haven't seen before. Every time I try to get clever is just another chance for me to lose health, so there we go. Once I did that first round, I thought I was like, I'm pretty sure there's a way to make this work, but sometimes I don't have confidence in myself. I can definitely beat this one, but it's going to be a little bit of a pain. Basically, I just want it to be the one to make all the moves. Oh god, that's so close. My rule for that one with the spikes is just no jumping. So I feel like the Moss Charger I should be able to manage. Mantis Lords without getting hit strikes me as a very tall order. And you know, this is the time where I would normally be saying I'd probably be wrapping up, but I do feel... Again, I am a little keyed up, which means I'm probably going to be making a lot of mistakes. But I do feel like I can at least try the Pantheon of the Artist and get an idea of what I'm up against. So this is all extra time. I'm promising nothing impressive or... Not that I've been doing... Thou most ungrateful of blemishes, the gods in their great mercy allow thee to escape their first Pantheon alive. Yet still thee think to test thyself against their might? Doom thyself, then, that we may resume our focus and ascend our minds even higher. I don't even remember what this guy does. Oh, I sort of remember. Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I deserve that. All right. I was expecting the fight to be over when I got hit. I've just been doing so many of these Radiant runs. Those are the hits I hate the most. The ones where I lose the health as well as the soul. Oh. I think the problem is, for some of these I even know that I'm being careless. I have no idea why that thing didn't hit me, but I'm grateful it didn't. Yeah, I feel like it's being unnecessarily kind to me while I'm healing. So I'm gonna try something new here. Oh no! So it feels like that that yell definitely does a lot of extra damage. I need to add that one into the repertoire. Oops. So I do also need to be careful about my timings on that, but I feel like it's manageable. Oof. That's not good. I feel like unstoppable lasers are the sort of thing that are difficult to heal against. Oof. Got unlucky there. Well, I mean, it was targeted that way, but... Oh man, that is a tricky shot. I did not realize that he could do an attack during one of those. Pace is definitely building up. I kind of had to stick with that. Yeah, I was asking to get that. Question, for after this round of fights, you recognize the soul, mask, and nail locks. What is the last one to the left of the nail? Paper Dupla says those are charms. No benefit from charms kind of deal, yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming it's basically like I'm playing it on the... It's kind of like I'm playing it having not gotten any of the upgrades. That's not entirely true. Like, obviously I've got my double jump and stuff like that, but oh god. I suppose this is the round where I want to heal. Ooh. Okay, no more hits. I was kind of asking for that, I suppose. I need to recognize that using soul doesn't mean, you know, unconditionally. I have to do it in a way that doesn't cost me. The fact that it does 4 damage, though, is incredible. So, like, on this phase, I shouldn't be taking any damage. These are not exactly the hardest projectiles to dodge. The soul attack definitely throws a little confusion, but like nothing that I couldn't adjust. I also need to get a better read on how I can control his movements, because it feels like he does sort of respond to things that I'm doing, like when I chase him. And in other cases it feels like he has a mind of his own, which probably means that it's random, but okay, I'll try and heal. If he'd attacked with the other one, I would have been fine. Unbelievable. Oof. So yeah, I shouldn't be trying to heal on this phase. Oof. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. That was a big waste of soul. Okay, so I'm coming in with 3, but I should be able to recover some of that. What the hell was I thinking? Oh, Jesus. That was really, really bad. So of all the bosses I would think that I would have trouble with, that's actually the last one that I imagine. And it's admittedly, there aren't a lot of good healing spots in there, but the sheer carelessness that I've been displaying with that one, like, it does make me think I'm either tired or hungry or otherwise just not up to the challenge, because I really don't feel like that's... I can see myself struggling with some bosses for sure. I don't see myself struggling with that one. Oh, god damn it. So I'm trying to get myself up to my my full souls before I try fancy stuff again. I feel like it's achievable on the phase 1 stuff, and then I do stupid mistakes like that. Jumping into his body is by far the most frustrating mistake for me to make. And I kind of know why it happens. That was not a good shout. I definitely undervalued the shout in the past, though. Like, I didn't realize that it did multiple, well, potentially multiple hits. The way I've been using it so far has been pretty crappy, but... Whoa! So there is a way to heal. I don't think I'm going to try to heal against the crystal fella. Unless it's really obvious. Alright, I really thought that he didn't hit you on his jump. I mean, that dash wouldn't have helped me, but I'm glad it turned out. I should have healed. Or at the very least, I should be using this soul to do damage. Okay. Ah, the Soul Master. Oops. Oof. Oh, right, these are phase 2, right? Oh, I forgot. Oops. I should be a lot more aggressive here than I am. I just wanted my third for the heal, but... Drat. I was really hoping I could get that heal in. Okay, so I'll admit the first batch of bosses are not really ones I've struggled with before. I am going to struggle with them tonight, but... I quite liked that boss. I mean, I also really liked how I was surprised about its, like, second phase. But I did, like, get him the first time I encountered him. I hate hitting that guy's body. I'll take any damage from him but self-inflicted wounds. Those drive me to absolute distraction. That's a pity. Ah, I really thought he was changing phases. Careless. I really don't know how much I have left in me, I'm afraid. Let's at least try to get back to that. Unbelievable. I got very lucky. Normally when he moves in the opposite direction, the angle is enough to do some damage to me. Careless. I always think he misses the jump. Alright, let's see if I can have a better showing against the Soul Master. Gotta go around that. Oh, I keep forgetting he does actually have a... I always thought that was just the first phase where he did that, but obviously not. I probably should have used that as a chance to heal, but... New phase! Oh, that was greedy. What? I feel like every single one of those dashes worked except for that final one. Okay, yeah. At least one more. Oops. Oh, what was that? Oh, God damn it. Not my favorite place to be, but... If you haven't noticed the secret, I'm basically finding that the consequences for trying to heal are, like, at the very least I can get the heal in before, I'll try and explain. So if I heal now, the worst that happens is I get hit, so then I just get 3 more hits. I try again. So, like, the worst that happens to me is status quo. Again, depending on timing and such. But now that I know that, I keep making really careless mistakes like that. Alright, that's a little more like it. By the way, I do like the name Obnoxious Mix-Up Wizard. Oops. Hey, Mushroom Sis, how you doing? Oh no! We're on the second set of challenges in the God Home area. I actually did a respectable job on the first challenge in the end, but none of that is on display right now. Feel good, can't sleep, so you've just been listening to music. Alright, well you get to hear me utter profanities while the new phase comes in. Yeah, we beat him, right? No! I deserved that. I'm a little surprised there weren't any fake outs that time. And now another secret thing. Well, hello. It's been a while since I've seen these. I wonder if they count towards the Hunter's Journal. Oh, Jesus. Not that I'm gonna beat them. How dare they put a bullet hell in my Metroidvania? I feel like that was worth trying. Ugh. That sucks. Okay, I'm gonna go into sort of conservation mode for a bit. Just try and protect the run. Or just make stupid mistakes like that and end it. Oh, that was almost it. Jesus. The thing that I hate about doing these sort of extended healing attempts is that, okay, excellent, it does count for the journal. Yeah, I'd be mad if I got the companion too. But could you maybe just, like, cool it on the rage for a bit? Oh, Jesus. I gotta try and heal. Nope, that was a wrong move for that moment. I was debating on just trying to go hard and take him out because I think it's four bosses and then you get like a rest room. But I also didn't know how much damage I'd done to that. A lot of songs you listen to you can play on guitar, which is fun. You learned 2 new songs today in the space of around 5 to 10 minutes. That's really cool. I also didn't know you could play guitar, so... Alright, Nail Masters Oro and Mato, brothers of the Nail, trained in combat by the great Nail Sage. Gods by toil and nail bound, brothers sworn to guard the weak. Masters on the sacred ground, help us find the god we seek. Prayer to the Masters. So we have 2 more enemies to encounter. I suspect they are going to be behind the doors in Godhome. But I believe it was the Oblobble that... Larger cousin of the Obble pairs with a mate for life and will never leave its side. Having a mate by your side, no one that will never one that will never leave you until death. Strange, no mate has ever come forth to stay by my side. Oops. Go cast your fancy magic somewhere else. Well, I kind of deserve that for even trying. It's okay to try and heal in this stage. It's just, they gotta be far away, otherwise it's pointless. It's like, this is a good distance. I did not realize that he couldn't reach across the map. That's another good trick to keep in mind then for healing. I mean, again, I don't want to be passive on these things. It's better for me to just go aggro and be done with the damage. Also, I saw you wrote a message, Mushrooms. There we go. I did play guitar a lot more recently, so you took a shot at writing a song. That's really cool. The stress has turned him into a Skyrim. I was wondering where I heard that quote from. So again, the trick on this one is that every time I don't need to heal, I get souls to throw at this guy. I don't know what I could have done to avoid that. Well, I guess maybe a dash. That couldn't have been anything else. I don't know what I was thinking. Unbelievable. Yeah, you know what? I deserved that. Okay. I think I'm done with boss fights for today. But I do... Tell you what, how do you all feel about me spending a little bit of time... I wanted to check out at least the City of Tears. Because the thing is that I still have... I still have 2 charms I need to find. And I'd like to try and go hunting around some of the different areas to find these charms. And I don't know if I should do that at the start of next stream or the current one here. Either way, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll probably just drink some water and stretch. I will leave chat's opinion to that. I'm probably going to do it. But I do need just a little me time. And yeah, I don't know. If you haven't had a bit of a stretch yourself, now might be a good time. But I don't know. I'm not quite ready to turn this off yet. But I do think I'm done with some boss fights for now. I'm definitely feeling a little like basically since the first round, I've just generally felt a little more on edge than I've been on some of these other ones. I've clearly, that hasn't stopped me from getting through the bosses, but I need some time to just hold back. So anyways, I'm going to mute it because I do need to go to the bathroom, and I will try and be back as soon as I can. All right, I am really sorry about the time. I'm assuming that was longer than it normally is. I actually really needed that time away from the keys. As soon as I got up, like, my legs just completely felt numb. And like, it was pretty much, I'm pretty sure my body just generally thought it was dead until I kind of reminded it of its existence again. So I just took a minute. I didn't exactly leave the apartment, but like, I did a huge stretch and just sort of tried to remind myself that I do in fact have a living body. So one of the reasons why I want to check the City of Tears is that, well, there's a couple of places. So the City of Tears has some areas I haven't been able to unlock yet. So that's oh. Hello. Hallowed land, tomb gods. I probably should have known that would happen. But yeah, so I'm just trying to think of some locations where, because again, there's 2 charms. Now the problem is that I can do this story for just about everywhere. But, oh yeah, and then I also need to find a vessel fragment somewhere. So City of Tears. I've only been to Soul Sanctum once, so there could be some secret areas there that I haven't checked out. Watcher's Spire, I don't know if I've really checked out. I feel like I've been to the Pleasure House a couple of times. Not so sure about Tower of Love. I feel like I've been meaning to go to the Lake of Un because of the... So I don't know if I've ever actually swam in the Lake of Un ever since I got the ability to swim in acid. So that's one I'd like to check out. I kind of feel like Deep Nest always has new secrets every time I'm there. I think we've explored the Abyss pretty well. I also feel like I've gone to Kingdom's Edge a whole lot of times, but maybe the Resting Grounds? Maybe not. Hollowness Garden? I don't know. I definitely feel like probably City of Tears, Deep Nest, Green Path, and maybe... Well, no, that's a top 3 at least. But I feel like I should just kind of do a little bit of a tour around those areas to make sure that I've looked through everything. Especially like City of Tears, when I think of the Soul Sanctum and the Watcher's Spire, I really don't feel like I've been there since... Oh yeah, I guess it's the Royal Waterways, which has this stuff that I haven't checked out. Anyway, okay. So basically the idea here is there's a few different things that I can be checking that I haven't been to yet. So let's just find our way to the closest Stagway. Actually, I guess I might be able to climb up to the... No, that's not going to do anything. Be helpful if I remembered where I was. Right, so it's the junk pit. I mean, I should be able to... I guess if I go through the Royal Waterways, I just head up to the Soul Sanctum is the first place. I guess the question is, do I get to a Stagway or do I get to the City of Tears? Maybe I don't know why I'm saying Soul Sanctum all that. Well, I mean, that time it was because it was close. Mind you, I did just fight the character in the Soul Sanctum, so that's... Not sure if it could possibly done, but you'd love a 3D game with movement as satisfying in this game. Well, see, okay, here's the thing to keep in mind, right? Who would have thought that Risk of Rain could become a 3D game? I realize it's not the same as Hollow Knight, but Yeah, I just need to go up here, right? It's consistently fun to just move around. But yeah, so I think, I mean, I think this is probably true consistently throughout. So am I just thinking I'm in the wrong spot? Oh, that's right. Okay, so I came up through one spot earlier than I thought I would be. I've kind of got Soul Asylum in my head at this point, so I might as well just tranquilize my my curiosity. Assuming I can get to it. If I can't, then I'll just go to whatever is most convenient, but... Great gates have been sealed. None shall enter, none shall leave. Figure it wouldn't hurt to just double-check any secrets. So the reason why I'm going on these little journeys here is just to try and find any secrets. You know, just bang on some walls. The point of kind of picking the spots that I did, they're either places I kind of have a demonstrated kind of a demonstrated tendency to miss the secrets. So that's definitely true for Deep Nest. Mind you, I also kind of think we've really plumbed Deep Nest, so it could be that you know, that well is running dry. But the other thing I'm trying to do is remember areas where, like, I've been there and I thought they've been cool, but they were like early on in the game, and so I you know, maybe I didn't properly explore. This is very different from where I thought I was. I mean, it's still not bad for me to check out, but I think there's a millimeter of wall, ceiling, or floor in Deep Nest that you haven't stat. Yeah, that's true. So I'm assuming there's a bench at the end of this. Okay, I remember where I am now. I don't see any reason why this should be... But little things like this, like the drapes. So, like, this doesn't give me any reason to think that there would be a secret. I'm gonna hit it anyway because, of course, we learned in the, like, that path of pain, there was an area that was not at all sort of signaled as a like a secret area. But I mean, Soul Sanctum, is that the same as a Soul Asylum? Am I even in, like, the right area? Well, I mean, it's the area I thought I wanted to be in, so... and yeah, at this point, just kind of... I don't actually want to just go around hitting every single wall, but it doesn't really cost me a lot to do it, so... So, like, these ones aren't surprising to me that I can't go through them because there doesn't, like, there's no map logic to suggest that there would be an area. You understand why it isn't, but you loved that there was some indicator of where one can stop looking for charm. Yes, I agree. So, like, the whole reason I'm going here is just I had my, like, short list of places that I think I visited, but, like, it was early on. So, the reason why I'm thinking of the Soul... I mean, I'm thinking of the Soul Asylum, which I don't know if that is the same as the Soul Sanctum. But basically, I know it's an area that I had not... Like, I visited once. And I, you know, seeing the boss again reminded me that I sort of got it on a first try. Which, of course, doesn't mean that there isn't, like, that's not a signifier that I missed anything. But it is more of an idea that if, you know, I'm trying to think of places I've not thoroughly checked. And then that, certain parts of Green Path. Like, I've definitely checked certain parts of Green Path, but I definitely, when I saw the Lake of Umu, I was like, ooh. I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to see if I could swim in that. And I don't think I did. Record Abba. The mind still limits us so. How to break past its constraints? To attain pure focus. Is it even possible? So yeah, like the presence of this thing kind of being in the area, I'm like, well, it tells me a story. Does it tell me anything else? Does it signify that there might be something in the area here? And again, like if I run through it and I don't find anything, that's not necessarily evidence that like there isn't anything there. It might mean that I've still missed it, but I'm just generally less enthusiastic about like trying to go through that part of the map again. Just by taking that weird charm merchant saying to them, oh, Green Path feels boring now, as an indicator that you've cleared all the charm. Yeah. I feel there's a number of ways that you could probably communicate that, but basically, right now, like, I've got an entire... Whoa, I didn't know I could do that. Worth a shot. Oh! Wasn't even paying attention. That's suggestive. I don't think I would have had the dream nail for that either. Okay, that's actually really interesting. So, one thing I don't like about this is I'm kind of abandoning a systematic way of going through this. Wait a minute. Is that a treasure chest I haven't opened yet? Okay, no. I was like, what the hell is going on with this area? Okay, so let's see what the deal is here, because I don't think I would have had the dream nail at the time. Although I do feel like I've been to an area like this before. The Soul Tyrant! Man, that's dramatic music. Oh, come on! That's not what I wanted to do. As long as I can do a better job of managing my, managing the threats, I feel like I shouldn't try to heal, except in really obvious cases like that one. Oof. God, that does not have a lot of room for error. I remember saying I was done with bosses tonight. This was not a good decision. Bring it. Oh, this is so stupid for me. Yeah, I gotta stop thinking I can... Cool, alright, I was not expecting that. In my dreams I could see it, the kingdom's salvation, the cure for the plague. The answer was in the soul that animates our bodies. The king, why? He opposed everything I did. His jealousy, his madness. By standing against me, he robbed me of my immortality. Now the king and his kingdom are dead, but I will live forever. So I don't know if that gets me anything other than bragging rights, but that's cool that I was able to get that done. I wonder how we are for completion. 106. I don't know if that came from that guy. I did get a small achievement for it. Alright, now again, the problem I have with this is that I kind of abandoned my systematic exploration of this region, so I think I'm just going to try and go to a point where I'm basically just going to try and move until I find a wall that I can't pass. Yeah, well, that's a good start. So maybe this is the Watcher's Spire? Is it that also something in the Hunter's Journal? Well, I'm still at 153, so I'm guessing not. Oh god, I don't know where to go, do I? This is encouraging. So this can't be the Watcher's Spire. Again, the thing that really nags at me is the fact that I, I don't have a systematic way of of going through all this now. I let a shiny bauble get in the way, and I don't have a real way of saying, it's like, okay, I've checked these rooms and I know there's nothing there. Wait, what? So I didn't... Okay, so actually Alright, no, this makes sense. I didn't register at the time, so yeah. This gives me some vindication on my So Deep Nest, you know, I have done this exploration. The Soul... I thought it was called the Soul Asylum. This is a great indication, because clearly this indicator here says there's another room going on, and yet I apparently didn't register that. Oh, it's a charm! Reflecting the desires of the Soul Sanctum for mastery over Soul. It improves the bearer's ability to cast spells. And reduces the soul cost. Okay. Cool. Now the question is there anything else in here that I've missed? Because this is the challenge. Like, now I don't say, okay, I've got everything in the Soul Sanctum. What I'm going to say is, oh god, I've missed one thing. How many other things did I miss? I'm really happy that's a charm, though. That just means that there's one more for me to unlock that last charm slot. Which presumably is related to more completion of the game. I suppose the other thing that's funny is, this also did not require me to, like, hit any walls. It was just actually reading... It was just reading the map. Or not the map, but, like, reading the room. Okay, I feel like I've been here a couple of times. Also not doing too bad for my wealth. I've almost doubled what I had. Damn it. Kind of back to going in circles. So I don't know if I can really say that I've properly, like, investigated the whole area. Maybe I'll do one more pass on the Oh right, yeah, because I feel like, didn't I wind up jumping up through that roof unintentionally? So you see, let's see if I can find anything related to that opening. That seems impassable. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can read out of the fact that there's a blockage here. Presumably there isn't a way for me to actually, like, release it, but I'm just wondering if there's some sort of suggestion that there might be something that I'm missing. Okay, so that's that opening I was thinking about. Ah, yes, okay. I remember where I'm at. This is where I started getting distracted by shiny things. So let's give this a good sort of once-over. like that this is also... I was trying to turn and attack, but I just kept going the wrong way around. So actually, let's just see, did the map reveal anything here? Well, I don't really know where I am. Oh, come on! So I was just thinking if it would give me some kind of an indicator that was something, there was something for me to make in this extra room here. So there's a wall, but I don't necessarily know what's at the edge, so... One entry up here. And apparently a long, skinny column. I don't know if that's the same long, skinny column. Yeah, I'm not so sure I have a good read on where I am, to be honest. Well, I know I've definitely been here before. So you know what, let's try another approach. I know there's stuff for me to investigate here, because I suddenly started looking for the, what turned out to be the Soul Tyrant. Let's see if there are other things for me to investigate before I retread those steps. I feel like I might have already gone through here, yeah. Okay. So as long as I can, as long as my journey takes me back up here, I'll feel like that's been covered appropriately. I mean, the other thing I can do is just call it now, find a bench, call it now, and you know, I just resume the investigation tomorrow. That way I'm kind of a little more clear-headed in terms of things that I haven't checked out. There will be some repeats of what I've done here, obviously, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because at least then I'm approaching it systematically. So, yeah, I don't even remember if I've been down here yet. Not exactly the happiest place. Well, I hear a sound, like as soon... You can hear the audio... Well, it sounded like the audio changed as soon as I went up here. Ah, that's why. Okay, right, I'm back to checking this. Okay, so maybe I have seen... to see here. It's just the fact that that looked like a shadowy statue I wanted to... This never seems to work except for that one time in the, like to that path of pain or whatever. And like, because that's worked one time, apparently I gotta do it all the time now. Yeah, I don't know though, like, some of the stuff I'm trying is more desperation than anything. I'll be honest with you though, at this point I'm wondering, is like, the people who do the speedrun achievements, I just wonder how they keep everything in mind for, well, I guess, like if you write your own guide, I mean, obviously you could use somebody else's as well. And presumably if you have, like, something written down in terms of where everything is, it's probably a little easier. And then over time you just kind of get the natural memory for sort of the order of things, but... I do sort of wonder relative to what the expectations for the game are. how long I'm taking, because I feel like I'm taking an uncommonly long time. And while admittedly, I don't know if everybody's going to try and go for the 112% for the start, I definitely feel like I'm taking a while. Not that it's a competition. Oh. Secrets. Oh, I see. Okay, that was the hint. Regard send us, spare thought for those consumed, though through their grace we are evolved, no plague of mind shall overcome us now. Well, that's super cool that they identified that secret. But didn't exactly give me anything, did it? I guess it did tell me how to read the map, though. Or not the map, but like read the levels in terms of places there might be secrets. Should also probably jump a lot less and see if there's I seem to remember, if not this one, at a similar soul spot, is that they never give you those soul things without there being some kind of a thing you can unlock with a special ability. Okay, so now the question is, can I get back to the place I know I've been before? Oops. So, yes. Incidentally, I have no idea how I'm supposed to find that soul vessel. Because at least charms you can kind of expect... Well, I guess charms and soul vessels are sort of like hidden in the same way or same places. So I think I've done fairly elaborate coverage. So like I don't need to worry too much about this pile of junk because I already know what's on the other side of it. I think what I'm going to try and do here is just walk as much as possible on the odd chance I find another secret like that one. I don't really feel like the game repeats its puzzles too much in the same area, but every little indicator sort of helps. Oof. So I'm rubbing my nose, it's really itchy. But it also results in hazards to my health. And I think I was going to try and get to the Watcher's Spire at some point. Alright, so I think this is... So just to be clear, I'm not convinced that I'm done with it. I definitely feel like I should at least have one... I feel like I should have at least one run where I have like my compass and I sort of say, okay, I have now checked all the rooms. At this point here, I'm really searching for a bench. But again, it doesn't hurt to just practice, run around a little bit, see. All right, so I know this is an area that I unlocked it and then I said, okay, there's nothing here. Yeah, okay. That's a huge flag. Alright, you can't blame me for at least thinking they might be sneaking something up there. What if it's on the roof? Is this even where I think it is? I never realized how tough these guys were. I'm so used to like one-shotting everything now with this nail. Whenever I encounter a tough enemy, it's a little bit of a shock. Okay, long elevator ride up definitely suggests there might be something. Oops. Well, that's not one for me to test. Oh, what's that? Oh, hello. God, how would I have even known to check that out? Oops. Well, what did that accomplish? Maybe there's another one for me to try that with? See, I keep saying the like hit everything strategy doesn't work, and there's evidence that I found something that actually worked with that. I don't know what it did. I think that was just furniture. The thing I'm mad about is because I found that totally at random, I don't have any idea what the hint was that I should have tried that. I mean, it might just be a red herring too. Like, it's not like it's really shown me anything new. It's possible there might have. I was thinking that like I would take a look down and I see, oh yeah, there was something hidden in that chandelier. Clearly not. Here's an idea. Alright. So let's go back. So somehow I discover if I bounce around the roof and I hit, this is going to take me somewhere. Let's hit these walls just to make sure that there's nothing obvious hidden. Okay, reasonably secure in the idea that there's nothing there. There is a chandelier I can whack. And it invites the question, to what end? Because there's clearly nothing else for me to do on this side. Okay. So, you know, in theory, there is another thing that I can sort of smack down from the roof. Unfortunately, nothing in the level has kind of indicated to me where I might want to try that. What's that? Yeah, so it'd be somewhere around this level. I really feel like it should be in this wall. And like it so obviously isn't, but I really can't shake the feeling. I mean, maybe that's just there to make you feel good about destroying something. Oh, it's just this. Remember, I can't do that without... I guess I could try that. Well, now I've gone and done it. Probably did that last time. Oh, right. I think I've already found the thing that you... Yeah. Sleep beckons eternal, and these words become my last. Though my gaze no longer fall upon the city, I will act forever in its protection. For king, for bug, for hollow nest, I head now to my rest. So there may have been something in here before, but... So I definitely feel like this is the sort of place I feel like this is the sort of place I would have checked reasonably thoroughly given the long ride here. There's definitely something. I think this is like where one of the dreamers was, wasn't it? So what is it about that chandelier? Oops. Oh, no, sorry, that was furniture. I'm seeing, like, this is the point where, like, I'm going full John Nash in A Beautiful Mind on this one. It's like there's the patterns absolutely everywhere. Could have sworn that looked like a broken one, but again, this is me, like, really. I just wish I had a more reliable way of getting up there, so I could at least sort of see what the... like, if there's some sort of an effect or something. There's that spike. I'm trying to find, like, similarities or differences between the... Doesn't really look like there's anything special going on there. But again, like the thing that's just driving me nuts is trying to find out what the whole purpose of this thing is. Man, I'm doing a good job of wasting wasting soul. I don't know. I feel like I need to go back and check out this place again. I feel like there is something. It's weird that it shakes when it does that, but... So this really suggests that there is something on the other side here. Oof. Stop pummeling me! I seem to remember that I've been here for some kind of a fight before. Alright, so what gives? This really seems like there is some kind of a... This really feels like there should be an entryway here. One thing I kind of wish is if I could find another example of one of those chandeliers. I've been to the top of the Watcher's Spire. I don't know if it marks the broken elevator on the map. Again, the one-shot kills are really welcome right now, but they're just going to teach me bad habits for when I come back to God Home. I was kind of looking for a bench, but I don't know. Let's see what I can find here. Yeah, it was a good attempt. That was just for... Man, I get so excited every time I destroy furniture now. Alright, where is this on the map? Really? Okay. I think I want to go head up and to the right because I don't know if I've checked out this little thing. This is not looking encouraging. It's worth trying to get out of there. Alright, so as far as I can tell, that is about as far as I can go. I'm gonna pay for that later. Yeah, that's as far as I can go in that area. I'd even be mildly content saying that there's nothing left for me. Maybe not the City of Tears, but that, like, the fact is, I did find a charm. Like, that's no small thing. But that chandelier is really throwing me for a loop. Like, I'm really trying to think of a case where this game has let me do something like that and it's not had other implications. So, I don't know, I really feel like I need to try and... I really don't want to have to go back with the Wayward Compass, but that might be... you know, that might be a plan. So, well, okay, there's a couple of ways to think about this too. Like, this in some ways feels a little bit like a waste of time. But the more I think about it, so I might want to... I don't feel like there's a lot in the Pleasure House, but Tower of Love I might want to check out. I guess the Royal Waterways, maybe I haven't... Well, I don't know, I found a couple of things in the Royal Waterways. But yeah, so Ismus Grove I think is where I got the ability to resist acid, and now that I think of it, I don't know if I ever actually swam in the Lake of Un, like I said I was going to. I feel like this I've already done. And I think I mistook this for this. So that's what I want to try for sure. Not sure if I should try Deep Nest or not, because I've really flogged that thing, but it's also been where all the secrets are found. Another way of thinking about this, though, is that, like, let's just think about what are some of the things that I know I want to do. So, I know I want to find at least one more charm. I have to find 2 more enemies. And one really important thing for me to remember about this logbook is that these, I do not believe, were here until I did that challenge. So it's possible that I will fill the book by completing the challenges. So in theory, just looking at the way this is going... So there's 2 things that I could consider. One, I need to find 2 more things. 1 vessel fragment and a charm, and I'm done. It's also possible I need to find 4 things because there's, 2 empty slots here. It's also entirely possible that there's other, like, special abilities I've found. I'm less convinced that that's true, though. Presumably I would have found those by now. But yeah, I mean, it's possible that we could be getting to a point here where it's it's like the god home is sort of the last thing I need to do. Then, of course, the Hollow Knight itself. Which, again, none of these are really small feats, but it could be that, like, in the main map, one of the reasons I'm finding it so hard to find stuff is just because I'm getting to the end of all of this. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've got fairly good arguments for City of Tears. Well, less so City of Tears, but there's still a couple areas I haven't checked out. At least one spot in Green Path. Maybe I'll just do another once over to get it out of the way. I could maybe make the same argument for the Fungal Waste, except that I feel like we've kind of gone through it already. We definitely went through the Hive. I don't know. I always keep saying I want to go to Deep Nest. Howling Cliffs, I think we've already kind of pillaged. I feel like Crystal Peak we gave a good once over too. And then there's always possibly something in like that secret Stagway station. But I don't know. This does feel like I'm kind of grasping at straws. So I think I'm done for tonight. Well, actually, turned out to almost be 5 hours, so I'm definitely done for tonight. But thank you for watching. I believe we got a new... yeah, so all charms and Saluber's Blessing, all vessel fragments, mortality, defeat the soul tyrant. So secret, slay the nailsmith with the pure nail. Well, okay, so I think this is probably whatever the alternative to the nailsmith is. These are completely, like, I have no idea what these would be. So these we're kind of on track to doing as long as I can get the God Home done. This might be related to the Grim Troop. So I have to feel that at least these two are the other two paths. Okay, so let's say 1, 2... Well, you know, maybe some of these are just related to beating the game. Yeah, see, there's just enough in certain... Well, no, because these have completion as well. So I feel like these have just enough... I feel like these have just enough vagueness. Huh. Yeah, there's just enough vagueness here that I can't quite get a read on where everything stands. I do know I'm at 107%. So let's say Charms is 1. Vessel Fragment is 1. So that takes me up to 109. So if... Ah, okay. No, I think I know what it would be. Okay, so let's say Charms is 1. Vessel Fragments is 1. Hunter's Journal is 1. So that brings me up to 110. Then there are 2 more God Nest challenge or God Home challenges. If those are worth the percent, which they may not be, then yeah, that would take me up to 112. Of course, I'll get a read as to whether or not those 2 final challenges actually apply, given that I don't think I can complete the Hunter's Journal until I complete those challenges. So, I definitely feel like I'm probably going to be... I definitely have my work cut out for me as far as getting God Home finished, but it'll be a fun challenge. I am done, though. 2 hours overtime on a day I'm already feeling a little bit on the ropes is probably enough. So we got a bit on the ropes. We got a few people online. So it looks like Navalian's doing Max Payne 2. Static Saturn with Apex Legends, along with Brian on the Rocks. Fruit Melody's doing It Takes Two, but I don't always get a chance to host Azure Wind, who has been doing really good work on XCOM 2, and he's actually getting close to the concurrent views to partnership, which is really encouraging to see for him. So I would love to throw him a little support, and hopefully we can try and push him over that edge. Azure Wind is an exceptionally good XCOM 2 streamer. I really like hanging out in his channel, and I think he's a good streamer in general, and I think he does turn-based tactics games very, very well. So particularly because this might mean the difference between partnership or not, I would really love it if you folks would sort of stick around a little bit and give him that support. Obviously, if it's not for you, please don't go out of your way. But this is definitely a host that I feel like I should give. Thank you, Olaf Harry. I'm going to try and get some work done, I think. But I don't know. I feel like I should get some food, but I also feel like I shouldn't. I don't know. I'll sort that out when I'm not streaming. Have fun at Azure Winds. I will see all of you on Monday. And remembering, Monday it will be Stellaris. So I hope to see you then.